I've made it, friends. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I'm alive. After probably one of the most hectic weekends of my life, I am alive. Hi. I already said happy Tuesday. That's how this day is gonna be. Okay. Hi. I didn't even turn my, how am I looking? How are we looking? Okay. Professional streamer. I didn't check anything before I actually started my stream today. Didn't even turn on my camera to see if I looked okay. Do we look okay? I look okay. That's great. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm ready to play a lot of games. Oh, you're gonna kill me. Here, let's talk for a few minutes because we have a lot to talk about. One, I hope you guys enjoyed the vlog video yesterday. For those of you that saw it, I want to do more vlogs. So, yeah. I hope that the video was enjoyable. I really enjoyed doing it personally, and I want to do more vlogs. And
this is
God.
the first time seeing your starting screen, and I feel like I should have expected to catch you looking at me like Hess giving an intervention on your obsession with this game.
It's not my starting soon screen all the time. It changes every day. It's a, you know, the starting soon screen is a surprise. So if you get in the stream early, you get to see what the change is every day. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Yeah, for all those who attended LunarCon this weekend and as a part of the Final Fantasy XIV community, I just want to thank you guys again for checking it out, because that was a lot of work that I've been selling my soul into for the past 3 months on top of maintaining my own content. It's been a lot. So it's nice to finally feel like I can take a break after running a convention. It's been insane. So yeah, I'm trying to breathe again. I'm trying to be normal again. Figure out what normal is. I don't know what normal is anymore. It's been insane. But yeah, thank you guys for checking out the convention. It was a way bigger of a success than I ever imagined, which is very humbling and crazy to think about. It was a lot. So, yeah, thank you guys for anyone who attended LunarCon. I can't wait for next year already, although I will be honest, I don't even want to think about next year because that means I have to start planning it. And I need a few months of a break right now. I don't even want to think about about running next year yet. My brain just wants to make content and not worry about convention. Yeah, besides LunarCon, besides the vlog that I put out yesterday, which I hope you guys liked, I do have one announcement. I planned a vacation for myself. But next Thursday. Next Thursday through that following Tuesday, so that's the 12th through the 17th, I will be away, going on a vacation, no streams, so I'm sorry. But to make it up to you guys, I am going crazy with streaming this week up until I leave next week, and whenever I come back, I'll be doing way more streams. I am officially renting out a dance studio space, and my intention is to start actually streaming myself dancing in a real studio. So that I'm working on in the background right now is renting an official studio space for stream that isn't here, you know? Like, I want to do more dancing streams, but like I'm really limited to what I can do in this tiny room. So I'm working on more dancing streams, more cosplay streams, and really hammering out a lot more gaming content on the channel. So I have a lot coming. And it's now that the convention is like off of my brain, I can finally like work on all the things with my content that I've been wanting to get to, and those are just a few things besides the vlog that I put out. So yeah, and also this includes other dancing content because I as much as I do love the Persona dances, and I genuinely do love them, I think that comes across very clearly, I want to do other dancing content on top of it. Now, this isn't going to take away from the regular, like, Persona side-by-side dancing videos that I'm doing, but I want to add more. So there's going to be a lot of extra content coming out soon. I should say soon. Okay, soon. Give it like a month and you'll start seeing it. I need time to plan and do other stuff, but yeah, in a month you should start seeing the new stuff. And I hope you guys can look forward to that. I just want to like evolve my dancing content more because yeah, I can dance and I could cosplay and I could definitely expand it outside of Persona. So I want to do that and I am going to do that. So I hope you guys can look forward to that. I have so many plans for content. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being understanding with the vacation. There's going to be a lot of vacations for me in the next 5 months. I'm going to, now that I'm allowed to leave Canada, like I have been, since I immigrated, for those of you that don't know, since I immigrated to Canada, whenever you're like in the immigration process, you aren't allowed to leave the country. So I have not been able to leave the country and see my family for 3.5 years now. And like the pandemic just added to it, but I already wasn't allowed to leave the country and travel. So now that the pandemic is calmed down, we're vaccinated, and I have my PR card. So now that means I can officially travel. So it's been 3.5 years that I haven't been able to see anybody. And so for the next 5 months, I'm like really traveling a lot to see my family again since I've been trapped here. But yeah, vacation in next week, and then vacation in October. I'm going to Florida to see my grandmother who lives there. I miss my grandma a lot, so I'm gonna spend 6 days with my grandma in Florida. Now, even though I am away, I won't be streaming per se, but I do plan on like all of my vacations. I will vlog them and I will put out special content. Like I'm vacationing, but I'm still making content while on vacation. So there's definitely going to be benefit for, I guess, the viewers out of that. So I'm not completely gone. So October, I'm seeing my grandmother. And November, I'm gonna go home for Thanksgiving to my hometown, because obviously, I haven't been to my hometown. I'm literally going to see my grandma in Florida before I decide to go home to my hometown in Pittsburgh. but yeah, I'm gonna go home for Thanksgiving, see my friends that I haven't seen in like 5 years. And then I think I'm going to MagFest. That's gonna be my first convention. MagFest. I'm planning on it. I can't give like it 100% yet, but that's my current plan, is to attend MagFest right now, which is the first weekend of January. First weekend of January. No, not ever. I've been to so many conventions. I used to go to conventions. I used to go to at least 4 or 5 conventions a year, starting 8 years ago. No, my first convention was 17. 10 years ago. Oh, wow. 10 years ago was my first convention. But yeah, ever since then, I was doing 4 or 5 conventions per year. But no, this is my first convention since the pandemic. Julema, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, time has fucking flown by. I'm immigrated to Canada after 3.5 years. It's been nuts. It's been nuts. But yeah, just to kind of like catch up with you guys, let you guys know what's going on in my life. I'm really excited for the future of my content because it's gonna evolve way beyond just gaming and Persona side-by-side dances. But yeah, I hope you guys can look forward to all of that, because I'm personally really excited to like broaden the horizons of my videos. It just, I don't know, that venture for me just sounds really exciting, so I hope you guys are excited as well. But after MagFest in January, I don't have any other immediate plans. We'll see, but those are like my big vacations, and all of those are like less than 6 days, because I don't want to be too far, like too long away from my computer and content, so. Wait, that's a lot. I have updated you all. But I think the thing I'm most excited about to share with you guys is the dancing content. I'm really excited to actually like rent a studio space on a weekly basis and do weekly dance streams. That's my intention, and I really hope that that pulls off. I have to figure out the streaming side of things because it'll have to be from my phone, and I have to figure that out and make sure I also have enough data to cover all of that. It's expensive. We'll figure it out when we get there. But that's my current venture, is to get dancing streams running regularly once a week. So yeah, I'm really excited about doing that. I'm like, I want to jump in a studio like right now. I'm so excited. Okay. But on that note, are we ready to play video games? Aw, Lizzie, that's so cute. Thank you. I really like vlogs so much. But yes, we're doing more Ace Attorney, and I'm gonna go for a very long stream today. Could be 12 hours. It depends on my voice because I have to read out everything in this game. So if my voice can handle it, I will go 12 hours. Long gaming stream today. Whoa, we're gonna just go through Ace Attorney like it's nothing! That's the goal. But again, last time we played Ace Attorney, my throat died after 6 hours. So here's to hoping that I can survive with my throat. We'll see. It all depends on the voice. But I'm ready. I'm ready to fucking play video games, all right? And I love this game. I'm really excited to play more Ace Attorney. Woo! "12 hours, hold it." Objection! I'm just kidding. No, there's no objection here. I'm gonna stream for 12 hours and nobody can stop me. Yes! All right, get rid of the background music. All right, we are on episode 2. God, after the first trial, I don't even know where this is gonna go from here, but I am excited. That first trial left a really good impression on me, so like, I'm excited to see where this goes from here. This game is special. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band.
Whoa.
I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Oh my. Okay. I'm terrified now. January 9th, 6:37 a.m. on board the steamship of Buria. This is really early in the morning. I'd be asleep.
Objection. Episode 2. Let's get a smoke pipe
So
by
then,
mint.
let us
Bubble
unravel
pipe.
this mystery
Bubble bubble.
and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me.
What the fuck, this man?
When the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What the fuck? What kind of gadgets he got?
Prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
What the fuck?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
That's a really thick
must
accent.
touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh my god!
You must have heard of me.
Okay, Herlock. How do you say that? Oh, okay. Okay. Herlock. Herlock Sholmes? Okay. Got it. Alright. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Herlock Sholmes. Wait! Why are we Ryunosuke all of a sudden? Okay. I guess we're still the main protag, but it looks like Herlock Sholmes knew what he was doing. He knew everything. Why am I here? Wait, I can't move. Oh my god! What happened to me? What? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, Huh? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. Oh, I was in the wardrobe. Oh, does he think I did it? Oh, Jesus! Wait! I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true cold-blooded, man. You found me then. Duh, we found you, and now you play criminal! How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. I'm not very good at Russian accents, I'm sorry, I'm gonna butcher it. I can't do a Russian accent. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? You pretend to not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt! You are the killer! Do not try to make... I totally... Oh, I clicked... Do not try to make excuses! Where's Kazuma? I need, like, the sword. Kazuma-sama was... Kazuma-sama's body was discovered... Oh! Wait, no, this is a prank. This is a prank. This is a prank. Nobody panic. My boyfriend doesn't die. He had a sword with him, right? Like, he doesn't die. He's like undead. He's not dead. This is a drill. No, this is definitely a drill. It's a prank. My boyfriend Kazuma, he just doesn't die, okay? We were partners, and I protect my partner. He's not dead. He's not dead. We just met him. Wait, that's his katana on the ground. Oh, no. No. Chat, you see it? You see it? Oh. What's going on? There's so much on the ground. The outline of the body is there. Oh, God. Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us what you were doing in this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs? Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. How did we get in this situation? My partner is dead. No, he's not dead. I'm still convinced he's not dead. He's gonna like come up from the grave. Kazuma, I was just too short. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Look at the headband. You can't tell me that this man died. This majestic man with the katana and the headband of magic. He's not alive. He's not dead. He's not dead. Don't you find it fun? Fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England without with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. Oh my God, we were a stowaway. Wow, we really are partners. Inseparable. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Yeah, me neither. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Wow. Dang, the insult. Okay. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is on the table. You can't see it. Here, I'll move my camera. I don't understand what this... It looks like a bone? I just don't know what it is. Don't tell me. But like, I keep staring at it. It was in the previous picture as well, and I just don't understand what it is. Anyway. It's like a bone on a plate? I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you in next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh. You said before, you said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. There is so much happening on this floor. Oh my god. When do I get to look at the floor? There's a lot going on. This room is full of shit. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. I want to know about Kazuma's death. That's kind of my best friend. We were partners. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or, do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny this charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. That's because he's not dead. Duh. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we should learn more until I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. No external signs? That's very strange. But why does it look like there's like a streak of blood on the ground then if there's no external... Okay, this is weird. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yeah, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. And then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Oh, it's ink, not blood. Oh, I see. Huh. How strange. He was conscious enough to write a Russian message? No. That would have to be staged. I would assume Kazuma just doesn't know Russian. Does he really? There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. Oh, that's not ink. It's a different color. Oh. The ink is like purple, but that's definitely like a dried red. I'm calling blood on that, but that's weird. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Oh my god. Rinosuke. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard for me to believe too, trust me. Dude, why would I kill my best friend? Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, all right. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Last night. If you are not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is... I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that... fell asleep. Well, yeah. Chat, please stop trying to interpret Russian. There's a lot of you like trying to put the Russian letters in the chat. Please don't backseat. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Ryder, you have my permission to be, like, more harsh on the chat. Just time out people for longer instead of deleting messages. Just go ham. Be ruthless, please. Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruto-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. In 2 weeks since we left Japan now. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, no, no. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Cosmo, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? Thought that you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yeah, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, I'm gay, just kidding. If you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? If you were to become a lawyer, you could solve the case of my murder that's going to happen. He knew. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, but my stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty of by association. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. Kazuma, I don't understand why. Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. So if I was stowed away, did I sleep in the wardrobe every day or did we share a bed? That's a very important question. Because, I mean, would he really subject his best friend to sleeping in the wardrobe every single night? No, I don't think so. So we definitely shared the bed. Anyway. But Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm gonna find exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Cosmo's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Did she just... Hello? Who are you? Just flipping me like it's nothing! That was a Susato takedown! A Susato... What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. How am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Oh, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Paper seal. Cosmo would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Cosmo reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. Smart. That's hot. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Aww. So we did sleep in the wardrobe? I thought that was just for like during the day whenever the cleaners came in. Damn it. We were supposed to share the bed. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah. Yes, of course. Then the gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Cosmo. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susaru-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me. I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. Bitch, what do you think I am? You think I'm Kazuma's headband or something? Do I look magical? No, I am not. I am not Kazuma's headband. I cannot conjure shit. What is fucking wrong with you? What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. All right, let's get to work, Susada-san. There's a lot to look at in this room. Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. He's not dead. They didn't even determine the cause of death. Okay. There is a lot to look at. Oh, the crew member is just in here the whole time? Oh God, there's so much to look at. This is overwhelming. Okay, first off, let's start up high. What's this statue? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? No. Then perhaps it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Yeah. So, okay, here's the thought. Oh, they move me. Never mind. Let's have this thought in a minute. Give me a minute. I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. No, don't set it straight. What are you doing? She said to not touch anything in the crime scene. That's part of the crime scene, bitch. What are you doing, you hypocrite? Are you the murderer? What are you doing? Hypocrite. What? That's part of it. What's the matter, Susato-san? She did it. I'm convinced. She did it. That's sus. Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around. I know. Let's investigate all corners of this cabin. I was getting there. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I checked one thing. I'm not gonna move my camera until I check the full frame. God. Game. Let me live my life. There's so much to look at. Okay, what is this plaque? What does it say? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So he broke 2 rules. He had a dangerous weapon in the cabin and he also had a pet. What? Why are you staring at me? I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I'm a pet. She got my drift. Hey-oh! One thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. And still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Sus crew member. Okay, here's what happened, chat. I'm gonna lay it all out for you. We've been here for like 40, 35 minutes-ish. All right. So, Kazuma knew that he was going to die. How did he know that he was going to die? Because they are very strict about their rules on the SS Burya. He came in with his katana, knowing that it was not allowed on the ship. They knew that they would take drastic measures against having this katana on the ship. He knew. He was like, I'm probably gonna die. But you know what? I would never leave my katana behind because he's a real man, all right? he will die if it means that he can travel with his katana. So, the Russian crew members committed the murder. How did they do it? I want to say poison. Okay, here's like the scenario that plays in my head. I don't know what the cause of death is, but like, I don't want to say poison again, but some slow death. It seems like something slow, not sudden. I don't know. It has to be, okay, the reason why I'm thinking it's a slow death is because he had the time to write a message on the floor as he was dying. So it had to be slow death, something, a way of killing that is within the body that is slower. And, what's the other piece of evidence that I think makes it slow? The writing and, the knocked over books. So he probably tried to, like, okay, so he got something in his body. They did something to him. And he just, like, he knocks over the books and he's, like, falling over. He's like, oh God, something's happening. I'm losing my, like, he's getting dizzy. He's losing feeling in his legs. And he just, like, blah, 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 knocks over all of the books. And then he falls over onto the desk. So he brushes along the wall, knocks over the books, and then he moves over to the desk and knocks over the ink onto the ground, and that's where he falls. He reaches over and he touches the ink and he writes his message, knowing that Herlock Sholmes would walk in and read that message, and accuse, okay, that doesn't, okay, I don't know what that means. That's something else. But I think the whole scene with Ryunosuke, like, slowly falling to the ground and trying to cause as much of a ruckus as possible was purposeful for the case. He was trying to make a statement. And ink knocks over, he uses it to write messages. I don't know what else is happening, but that's just what I think with, like, the books being hit over and the ink falling on the ground. And it just tells me that he died slowly and hopefully not painfully, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Eek. Wait, never mind, he's not dead. It's a fake death. It's fake. Take back what I just said. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. God. I wonder if we can ask the crewman to read whatever that message is on the ground. What does that say in Russian, mister? He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. Yeah, can you tell me what that message says? I don't speak Russian. So last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet! Of course not! Back to your corner, okay. Back to the corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Yeah, 'cause the crewmen are the murderers. Again, there's just so much to look at in this room. Okay, I'm rolling with the theory that he knocked over the books and knocked over everything, slowly dying. Okay, I guess we'll look at this blood. It's very strange. And what is the purple thing? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Oh, it's like one of those, yeah, they were the things that you add here. Oh, if you're not, I'm not sure, that sounds like Cosmo. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. They say brick, but like, that's the color of dry blood. I don't understand. Am I just stupid? Did Cosma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Or Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Partner. I don't think that's Japanese. No shit. No, I thought that was kanji. Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? That's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized that the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It was less painful than a Susato takedown. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Hi-ya! Oh! That's out of the question. Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But I'm his partner, bitch. What if something's important, something relevant to the case? All right, I won't read it. It was Kazuma writing his undying love for me, I bet. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Can I try again? Damn. Okay, so we can't. She mad. Okay, so this side of the room is covered, minus the left camera, but we're gonna go to this side. So, the sword. The fucking katana, man. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. What is this? Is this a chicken leg or something? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. Oh, wow, it is. Okay. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat on the floor in here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. It is upside down. And the table is in disarray underneath my camera, which you can't see, but... Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me! Oh no, does that mean... Poor Kazuma-san spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? Oh god, don't make it sound worse! It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Great, great. Oh, I'm trying to click on the table. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, it's strange. Last night, whenever I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No, no, no! Saigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing you who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. All right, we have officially looked at everything. On this screen, at least. Okay. So we have to go... this way. Okay. It's also... oh, can we check out the bed? Oh, fuck. Okay, of course the wardrobe. And then there's also this vent, which is kind of sus. I don't know if that could fit a person. Here, let's do a size difference. Crewman? Okay, let's look at his build. I don't know if he can fit through that. I'm trying to see. His shoulders look too broad if this was done through a vent. I don't know, man. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been really exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yeah, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. If this was locked from the inside, I guess we would need to know the last time. A piece of information that we would need is the last time we had contact or somebody came into the room. Just to rule out something that Kazuma may have drinking to be a slow death kind of thing, or also could have vented. Let's see what they say about the vent. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. I hope, a hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Okay, so they are hinting at it, okay. It would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Whoa! Ah! That was so random! What the fuck? Bro? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. How did... You've noticed the man too, have you? When did he get in here? Sus! I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Apparently Herlock Sholmes? No, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There is something very unusual about him. And he is investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? Why is he in this position? Well, in that case, we must simply talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed it already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Thank you. That was awkward. All right then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Why do you have to be on the desk like that? Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Oh, God! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? What an eccentric outfit. Oh, hi. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? Oh, damn, that pipe is majestic. Shit. How the deuce did I say that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? Oh, but of course, there's a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims in an assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. I'm so confused. I thought that he was like, okay. And when the bare-bone occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. This guy's supposed to be like good at his job. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. The crewman, maybe? Oh, does he have me mixed up with the crewman? Maybe he does. That's the crewman. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way. Oh my god. 3 times in 1 hour? Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Oh, but was I not right? What's venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, and observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san? Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked on that out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Oh my god, this man is a mess. This man's a hot mess. Great detective. I'm not even gonna... No, let's not poke jabs at that. So what were you just investigating on the desk? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! And something you want to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? Keeps flicking his hat up. Okay. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. And she's not doing anything. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is, Susato. Alright. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand. Namely, this diary belongs to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray, be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado! Narunodo! I trust you're suitably impressed! Yes. Ah! But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, in which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, oh, silence. You know it's important. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Oh, so he died by the snake. So it was poison via the poisonous snake that was put into the room. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. Ah, the ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Ah, yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So, Kazuma's death? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Haven't managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow. How do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. Thank you. The moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape from the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Huh? Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Oh, so he thinks that he was Russian because he wrote in Russian. Okay. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh? That says wardrobe. Why would he write the word wardrobe? Huh? Of all the words you could have written. Do you really think that Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian? Was he?
I've known this man for 5 minutes. I already love him and his idiocy.
Me too. Good shit. Thank you for the 100 bits. Initially, I considered a Godrobe might be the name of the killer. A certain Robert God, perhaps. What the fuck? But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping sound- Oh, where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. How does that make me Russian? What? My God, this man assumes so much. Boxy, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. And if my memory serves, that outfit is a traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message. I thought I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Okay. Kazuma. Oh, this picture is so depressing. No, can I like hide it somehow? The headband. My boyfriend. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, but before the body was removed. Yeah, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto-san? Yeah. Thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know when I said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian? Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other detail that I was more hoping to discuss. you know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vilan Bolshevik flees Russian via Shanghai. I'm so sorry. I'm going to butcher everything Russian. Very unfamiliar. This vessel made a port call in Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. Boxy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community. I appreciate it. One who would kill the very man who helped him to discover about after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik. Wait, villain? Are they trying to say villain? I just realized that. Villain Bolshevik. Oh my god. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? That's because I'm a stowaway. And what about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and thus he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Very cool. And you may find the article on the back of the page interest as well. On the back. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. They want me to do it now? Oh, pretty girl. Dancer. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed the article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented, young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sasato's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet, in which it would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance of all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. Article about ballerina. Whew. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. Me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It also reveals that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photograph was all right. Photographer was all right, was he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he only need to shave it off. They really got Sherlock Holmes down to a T, that's for sure. I'm not quite sure that that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that's interesting that we can zoom in. Look at the pretty ballerina. There's a reason for that. So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock? Was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. Okay. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rance Magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories that you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your influence is backward. Backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions based from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How could he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Okay. So he read all the story. Okay. This guy. Legendary. What a legend. What a legend. Truly. I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, so you do have somewhere to go. As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Okay. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? Hold on. Oh, okay. I had to make sure. I have my air conditioner on and it was making weird noises, but no, it's not the air conditioner. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, thank you. These. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Oh? You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such thing. Okay. Thank you. Very cool, Sherlock Holmes. Actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Oh, you're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Again. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Yep. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in the cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea! The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things that I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that... Oh, is that the investigator? I see the white streak in the hair. Oh no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Is that him? Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. It's him. It's him! It's him! Hosonaga-san! Hey! I recognize that face, but it can't be. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. Yep, it's him. Right away. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, geez, he's wiping the blood on his white uniform. Oh, my. He doesn't have a towel anymore, so he just wipes it on his uniform. Oh, God. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Special orders? So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Osagi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Osagi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Osagi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off of him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his cabin, not here on the first-class deck. Aw, don't be attacking Hosonaga-san. Chat, don't be mean to him. He tried his best. He did his best. You can't be mad at him. Get a hold of yourselves, chat. Don't put down this man. He did the best he could. I'm a disgrace. No, it's okay. You did whatever you could. Inspector. If there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Cosmo's death ourselves. We're just sentimental. Look, I know that our boyfriend is dead, chat, but we gotta keep a level head, okay? We gotta keep it together. We can't just go attacking our investigator friend here when he only was doing his best to keep him protected. He may have failed, but he did his best. We can't blame him for that, okay? We gotta keep a cool head here. I know these times are rough, but I think we can do it, okay? We're doing what we can to investigate Cosmo's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Uh-oh, he looks sad. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door. Aww, I love you too, Lumi. Thank you so much for the 15 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. I don't see how... There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. It's just the same as when we are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Okay. Choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin. All right, yes, I think I know what we can use. I know what I can use? Oh, the diary. Someone has trained this Speckled Band. That's what the whistling sound was. They trained it. Kazuma! He was so young. And this bitch is 16 and can throw me over her shoulder? What the fuck? I suddenly feel incompetent. I want to present... The game's not... Do I have options? The game's not letting me present it. Actually, we can take this time to, Oh wait, no, we can't. I want to really look at these. So you mean to tell me Kazuma was... He actually maybe was Russian? Kazuma, look at the headband! The headband! Bro! Let's try it now. Oh, present. There. Yeah, we want to present that. It's Cosmo's diary. Just before he died, Cosmo-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joined to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain is giving me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area, I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Osagi-san safe. This is the least that I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Just select move and we can leave the cabin at last. All right, select move. I should have read the description before. So, 7:48 a.m. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, that isn't quite what I was expecting. Less spacious out here than it's less spacious out there here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious combination. Yes, indeed. Cosmo's mom was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh my god, that crew member. Look over there! There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I've been locked in a wardrobe the whole time! I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe! It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Okay. Let's examine. That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. Nope, he's the same face as always. I guess you guys can't see his stance, but look at the way that this sailor is sitting. Yep. Just had to show that. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Yeah, he's spreading. He do be spreading. Oh god, hi. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! Oh, that wasn't a good start, was it? Oh, right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class ladies' maid! Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day. I am not a sailor! My mother gave me this name! I am Senior Crewman Vip Stroganoff! Oh, I'm so done. Oh. I'm so done. The best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Okay. The first class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff? About this first class cabin area? Here we are in the finest place of bury a steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. That's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. Wow. I want to pick up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not an animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osagi's currently occupied? Susato-san? Did you understand that? It sounded like, duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Passenger, I guess. Passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osagi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far Eastern islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us more when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time. I've never heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. It must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Okay. A little weird. This is a little weird. So if he's a English gentleman, what if he is Miss Giselle's Brett's husband? And this was revenge. He is, I'm calling it now. He is Miss Giselle Brett's husband. Totally. Totally. Completely and this is totally it. Yep. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh! All the time! So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Pisado-san, did you understand that? It was clearly no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or anything, sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. He knows some shit. This is enough. I cannot say more now. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Okay. Still gotta examine. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well. If you run, what are you gonna do with your hands and cuffs, man? Like, you can't do much, you dumbass. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment that you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. There wasn't a check mark there. That's weird. I only clicked on it again because I thought there was a more to it, but normally there's like a check mark if I observed it, so. Oh, now there's a check mark. This looks like a plan of the SS Beria. It shows each deck look. The Beria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull with a marvel. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Huh? Okay. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. Yeah, we don't question what she just said. I don't think that's how islands work, but it's okay. It's fine. It's totally okay. She's 16. She's young. You know, she doesn't understand. The ventilator from which Cosmosma wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever in this cabin can solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. We're actually knocking on the door. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems, and there's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. This I have to see. What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it. This is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to its standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. What the? What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream, it must have been a woman. Stand aside! I'm about to break the door down! Mr. Sholmes! It shan't be stopped when the fit is on me. Where is my British? When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. He was gonna kick it down first. Oh my god. It doesn't. Then how the deuce can I dispatch the muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should just go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Fucking... If I can't kick down this door, what do I do? God. Oh, the man. Oh no, oh no! You know what the article said, chat. The article said if you look at the legend says if you stare at the beard, that means you die. Wait, does that mean we're all gonna die? We looked at the beard. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna die now. A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman, don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Why is there a plate on the ground? Get out, all of you, now! Wait, why are the books also... The books are also knocked down the exact same way? Huh? Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So, might I be so bold as to ask you to open the small traveling case? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? The case just shook. Now leave, otherwise I'll call the steward. Why are you threatening me with scissors, sir? So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it, the strange Russian man is hiding something. It's in the beard. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Oh, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin, get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more that we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Yeah, let's not. Oh, wait, I thought it was, I'm trying to click on the bag. Oh, well, just in case. Oh, everything is a check mark. Oh, okay, so we're forced to click on him, I guess. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no. Actually, you're spot on for once. Wow, he did it! Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Ugh, I cannot talk. Sorry. Sargent, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Max, I didn't see you. Hi. Hi. You're wonderful. I hope you're having a really good day. Okay, let me try and read that again. Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right, okay. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Great! Great. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shush! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. As I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of someone most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath the beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Naruto-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes! That was a great deduction? Oh, you like my English accent? Oh god. I'm sorry. Don't real English people cringe when people try to mimic a English accent? Sorry. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. What? Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. You actually do it pretty well. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Aw. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery? Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh my god, what is this? The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? It's the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we must ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before you gave it away. It gave you away, rather. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself. You understand? Do you understand? Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes astray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein? Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Maybe the princess, perhaps? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You're careless. Kuda. Oh god, Kuda. French! Dom! Kuda betrays you. What is that? Hold on. I don't. I got stuck in British. What does the word mean? I've never heard the word. Like coup d'etat, coup de. It's not coup d'etat, it's coup de. What's the difference? A glance that. Coup d'oeil. Coup d'oeil? Coup d'oeil. A glance that takes in a comprehensive view. Oh, coup d'oeil. Coup d'oeil. Google.
Coup d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil? What?
Coup d'oeil.
Coup
d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil?
Coup d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil?
Coup d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil.
Coup d'oeil. I hate this word. Fuck French. God, I have to learn this language. Okay, anyway. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Good day. That was so hard. What was I learning? I forget what I was learning before. I was learning like parts of the body in French, and because I'm like trying to actually learn. And was it eyeball? Oh god, I can't even remember the word that I got fucked up on because I in French. Was it eyeball? One word I just had such trouble trying to fucking pronounce. It's the same word. It's the same thing. It's that's I in French. It's the same spelling. This is why I'm getting fucked up. I hate this. Me trying to learn French is a nightmare. Okay, anyway, back to the case. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back of the page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nouveau Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. Oh, there are like two. You is I in plural. Yeah. I'm just talking about one I. I'm not doing like plurals yet. I'm still on singular words in French, but I'm learning. It's hard. According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion: kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Alemensky. All right, so that was great. Thank you, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Very, very cool. Susada-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. To start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall a discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. Yeah, you thought that was me, you idiot! Read your newspaper, idiot! In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Hoylat does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point! And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. No, there's a snake in that case. It's not a whammon, it's a snake. You can't fit a girl in that. What the fuck? At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? Oh, no, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Why are we discussing this? Oh my god. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of the small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus, oh god. Mr. Naruto, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. My eyes are cutting to the matter of important things too, okay? With my powers of observation, I see a plate on the floor very similar to the plate on my floor. Why is it there? And also, the books are knocked over in the same way that my books are knocked over. Where's my powers of observation compliments? Huh? I want to be complimented. Fuck Sherlock Holmes. I'm Sherlock Holmes. Take that. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure that we could do that. We'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that I was going through in my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists. Yes, they are handcuffed. What the fuck? When did you do that? Where are your handcuffs? How? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. When did he do that? Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, Old Man's Identity, a revolutionary on the run. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? I'm just reminding myself of what we have, sorry. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Ryunosuke is trying to say that he's never gonna grow a beard that majestic, and now I feel bad. Oof. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong! Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he's intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything that we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? His hat. He was gonna cut off his hat. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret you see, Naruto-san, don't you? Secret? Secret what? Before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold. And a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of my many fascinating snippets of information. Oh, mother, not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Anyway. The Copious Beard. It really is a very full beard, isn't it? Yes, although according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott was about to cut it off. I still think that he looks nothing like the man pictured in the newspaper article, though. The apparently merciless revolutionary villain Bolshevik. So if he wasn't going to cut off his beard, presumably he was going to cut something else. We need to look at this from a fresh perspective and try to work on what? Oh God, we can tilt the camera. Is it on his persons or in the background? Considering we can... Oh! Wait. Oh God, the camera is inverted. Wait, the controls are inverted. Why? Who made these controls? The golden locks. Oh my God. Oh my God! It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. Oh, Jesus! The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? That's true. It's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Maybe because it's yes. Maybe because it's the grill. Oh my God! We are now Sherlock Holmes. Oh, this is great. This is the best game in the world. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks, you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Oh God, sorry. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to get rid of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in an element as you dance around the room deducting the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole was taken a different direction now. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. All right, I'll do my best. I wonder who that is. Oh, I don't know.
Yes!
Oh my god! The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. Ugh, my nose is so stuffy. Sorry. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet, displaced from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh, don't drop scissors. Oh god, what if... Ah! You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Conclusion! A ballerina on the run. Solved. Topic 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Ah yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly, she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Heck yeah, let's go. Why are there so many things just knocked out? Oh! Oh, look at what was oh, look at that. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on. What, me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! You left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. I did not steal the tiara. I was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Hold on, be right back in a quick second. Whoop, hold on. Okay. All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. Oh God, where's my British? Not gonna lie, it's hard to go in and out all the time. Tripping up. There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case. How even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless good day. Fuck! Good day you. Good day you. Good day you. Good day you. Hold on. Good day, you. Why does this bother me so much? Okay. Good day, you. Betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Wait a second, I just realized. Wait, am I actually five-head? Wait. Do we? I looked up the definition and it says a glance that is taken in a comprehensive view. And I also looked up the word for eyeball because I learned that recently in French and it's the same. So the word eyeball is literally in the meaning of the word and that like makes sense to the language and the meaning. Oh my God! Wait! I just put the 2 and 2 together. Damn! That makes me feel good because like, I don't know, I'm learning French right now. So that makes sense. And I just learned the word for eye, like literally 2 weeks ago. That was like recent discovery of like my French knowledge I'm trying to learn. I literally learned the body parts 2 weeks ago. I get it! I get it! I got it! I feel so good! Yeah, language learning! Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. That's not it. He completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought this bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Oh, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly didn't cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. What is this picture of? That is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Okay, so not that. Rules of passage. Oh, she was staring at the rules because she's holding a dangerous set of shears, I guess. I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Maybe the rules of passages we're supposed to look at? Oh, I have a Dom! Okay, so, in the game, I learned a new word and I'm putting stuff together and you'd be proud of me, but I need to know how to pronounce. How do you say I again? I in French? What? Je? I?
Oh.
I.
Oh.
You.
Singular?
Singular, yes. Say it again. I. Am I saying it right? I. Why is this so hard? This is like the most hard pronunciation for me. Earn a der yer. Okay. So they threw this word at me and I put 2 and 2 together because I'm really smart. They said coup de and it has I in it. So it's like, it says a glance that's taken in a comprehensive view. So it's like a quick eye. But they use the I word in it. So it's like I'm putting the terminology together because I'm smart, right? Yeah! So I say it coup de oui, like how I would pronounce I. Oui. Coup de. Okay, coup de. Okay, we got it, chat. I'm so smart. I got it. I was really excited. I remembered the word for I. I was like, oh, that makes sense. I'm learning French. Thank you.
French now.
I speak French now. Coup de. Okay. I'm taking this seriously because I'm actually like trying to learn French, so I'm sorry. I don't want to say it wrong when it's actually a French word that I should be pronouncing right. Coup de. Okay, I got this. Sorry, anyway, back to the game. Coup de. I needed Dom to help me out there. Kudai. Kudai. Cabin door. It's a metal door, the same as in Cosmo's cabin. Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. Yeah, maybe she was trying to do that. Let's go for the door.
Yes!
Oh, wait, no, it's rules. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I didn't look at the context of the sentence. Oh, it's the rules thing. Latch rhymes with catch. Are you catching my on yet? Oh, no, we fucked up. It was the rules. It was the rules. You see, just as the door has a metal latch, your traveling case has a metal latch. Metal clutch. Oh, God. Ah, we fucked up. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. That is my show, Mr. Naruto. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Sorry! The rules, the rules, the rules. Yeah. We saw the case moving before, didn't we? I can't imagine what's in there. What could it be? What has Miss Pavlova got inside her case? Whatever it is that she's glancing at will probably give us the answer. Something bad that she shouldn't be having.
Yes!
Dang it. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Oh my god, is the last item as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet snake, yes. I hate this game. Possession of a prohibited animal. Oh my god, deduction complete, elementary. I hate this. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. This Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she, sorry, I'm slipping. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Ah, that veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure that they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So she saw herself in the mirror, basically, and screamed. Mood. So I decided to cut all my hair as fast as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. The annoyingly unlocked cabin door, because he really wanted to kick it down. Uyi. Uyi. Kudoi. Sorry, I'm making sure I don't forget how to pronounce. Uyi. 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 Okay, sorry. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? No, they are not. There's just one more thing that I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say anything of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. You must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright, I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shom's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Yes? What? Observe your wrists. Did he put them back on? When did you do that? Alright. And your hands are cuffed again. But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Wait, if we're handcuffed again, we can't do the you know, we were posing before with Mr. Sholmes, and now we can't do that. Ugh, fuck. Let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the Speckled Band that Cosmo-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Don't touch! I will tell you what I know about last night, please. You must not touch my things. How do I say? I forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite? Okay. Whatever. It says there's a check mark on all this stuff, but I'm pretty sure we didn't check all this stuff. Why is there a check mark on this table? What? We didn't look at it. Don't touch. Oh, because it's all her belongings. Oh, sorry. That's why. That's okay. That's okay. It's all her shit. Okay. Converse. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning whenever I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Fucking Holmes? Sholmes? Jesus. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. That's odd. Okay. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? Challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Let's talk about the friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Please, don't tell me any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you in your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? No. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ah! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea! You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas' friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a close guarded secret not to be revealed. Okay. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to know, I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. In a bit. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! How is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. It's not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I'm an angel. Okay. Oh, yes. Ah, I've always wanted to meet an angel. Yes, okay. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. Seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is gonna tell us what really happened. Would you, let's present the diary. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. And he wrote in it last night before he died, something a little unusual, and it reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he's mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Oh, God. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she is fast. But not fast enough to cut her hair off. Oh! Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. All right, I'll come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. The passenger said out! Or what? You want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. Okay, what a pity. Whoa, boy! And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Okay. Save my progress, please. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yeah, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. Okay. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No one wants to let the murderer escape. She gave me a very stern look when she said that. Thank you. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around at Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, No, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. Thank you for the encouragement. I greatly appreciate it. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese. I wonder what that tastes like. Oh my god. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really, but I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. I don't know how hungry I've been in that You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. I'll find you a little snack for you later. Yeah, I'm starving, woman! That's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. We should probably find him and ask. Okay, so that means you want me to go back into my room. We can't go back into her cabin, but I'm sure we can go back into mine. Looks like they're still investigating in here. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. You! Where did you go? Sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did it. Boxy, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs to the community. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Oh god, why do you want to go back there? Could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. Yeah, it'll be a while. Oh, Inspector is right here. Oh! 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 What did they do to the baby? Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god, precious baby! No! What happened to you? Your face? Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. 'Tis but a scratch. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line. Oh my god, I am going to cry. Thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. So I understand. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Oh god. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German. Ah! Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Oh my god, Inspector. Tell us about the great detective. Let's start there. Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seems to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. But he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish. I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. That's shoe polish, not dry blood? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. How could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold. I'm afraid I have no idea. Well. Oh, that's the first time it's happened today. Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan, sort of dark brownish red then. A little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Okay. Nikolina Pavlova! She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? I think I upset him there. That tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Boxy, thank you so much for the 245 bits. I really appreciate it. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more that I can do. Our duty is to make sure that the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm making sure of keeping watch. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information. Do tell us, Inspector, please. New information unlocked. Let's go. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burrio's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. Oh, now we know the cause of death. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Please tell me it says that he's not dead. He's not dead. What was the cause of death? Oh. Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That is not what I thought at all. He got like the... So that's not a slow death. Huh? Doesn't that like insta-kill you? That's like the... That's that. That's like an insta-kill. That's not a slow death. Oh shit. Huh! That completely debunks all my theories. I was assuming that he had a slow death. This was not. Oh god. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. Yeah, me too. I was considering that. Turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. What weapon was used? Hand. Just a hand chop. Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Ooh. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Yes, it's fine. I trust you. If I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Hmm. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. That might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Osagi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. Yeah, same with us. That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Are we dying? So... Oof. So who shined his shoes? Maybe it's whoever shined his shoes that just like got up and, you know, to the neck and insta-kill. But that would also imply if this is an insta-kill, he would have no time to write on the ground. What could have caused the ruckus in the room, you know? Like, there's just so much ruckus that something seems to have happened. Like, maybe a battle. Maybe they actually did fight it out. Maybe it wasn't something that caught him off guard. Oh, I don't know. Like... Who's on the cleaning crew? Somebody knew I was in the wardrobe, maybe? And that's why maybe they staged it to look like Kazuma made the writing himself, but it's not his. He doesn't know Russian. Maybe he does, I don't know. It's so random. They just made it look like it was me because they knew I was in the wardrobe or something. I think that's what's going on. But that still begs the question. This isn't like, you know, I was thinking like a venomous snake came in here and bit him and he had a slow death. But there's, if it was a blunt, this was a person. This was a person. This was a person. Not a pet. What does the pet have to do with it? Maybe that's the reason why we're feeling ill? Everybody who's not Russian? This is weird. No, because, what's her... Sussy kimono chick. She's feeling fine. It's a person, though. Okay. But I guess, yeah, it was a person before. Somebody has to, like... In the thought before, somebody would control the snake. Whistling. Whistling. Books falling over. What seems to be something slow. Why is there... Maybe he knocked over the ink on the floor in his insta-death, and the person who killed him wrote the lettering on the ground. But that's where they made the mistake, assuming that he knows Russian. I don't know. This is a lot to take in. Huh. Like, if it was Cosma writing the message on the ground, it would be in Japanese. No? Oh, I guess they did make a point to point out that people talk in their mother tongue at their time of death. We don't know Cosmo's roots, I guess, but this weird. This is so weird. This is sus. We have to solve this mystery. I'm trying to. I'm horribly confused. His ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Oh. Yes, all of my discussions ever are rhetorical questions. Please do not, like, whenever I'm thinking out loud to myself, don't answer anything that I'm saying. It's all rhetorical. Just a few minutes before he died, Cosmo saw something emerging from the speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. She did it. It's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor, and they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine what Cosmo-san would have written in his last words, or word in Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? Wait! You ready for a big brain theory? The fact that they said that, you know, if any word was written when Cosmo died, it could have been my name. Like, if he was writing something, like, why did he write wardrobe? He could have wrote my name, right? That's a good point. That's a fucking great point. What if, the wall behind the wardrobe is cut out, actually? Is that a possibility? But I was asleep, so someone would have to, like, that's crazy. But, like, in the room next to us, the wardrobe was open. Like, what if you take out the back wall of the wardrobe and it connects to mine? And they just, like, climbed in and out of my wardrobe. I don't know. The wardrobe isn't referring to the person inside of it. It's referring to the passageway that connects the two rooms within the wardrobe. But that's still... Okay. That is stupid. Wait, okay. So I just... I'm about to prove myself wrong. Dang it, I wanted it to be important. Fuck. No, I never want an answer. Dumb question in the chat. Some questions, you know, they say there's no such thing as a dumb question. That's a dumb question.
Elementary.
But yeah, so no, I would've, that can't be right because like there was the sign on my door that said keep out. Like on the wardrobe. I still had the sign on my wardrobe that said keep out, right? So it would have fallen off in that case if somebody opened it like from the, okay. I'm just thinking maybe the wardrobes are linked. It's not the vent. Maybe it's the wardrobe, I don't know. All right. I'm just thinking of like possibilities, okay? If this was a person and it had to come from within the room, I don't know what the Speckled Band has to do with it. But if it had to be a person, physically a person that did that to his neck, like it's the wardrobe. The answer is in the wardrobe. Cosmo's just so fucking five-head. Heck yeah. Again, Ryder, feel free to time out people rather than deleting messages anymore. Passengers not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are strictly prohibited. Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? We don't know what form of this friend takes yet. It's almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. That's more, there's more to this than it seems. And everything is knocked over on the ground. And the sword! And the messed up table, too. Like, why is the table messed up? Why is the plate on the ground? There's still more to this. There's like a whole list of shit that must have happened here. Let's try to move out of here and see if they let me. Am I allowed? Did they yell at me? Ooh, I did not get yelled at. Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? Oh, God. Oh my God, hold on. Whew, okay, I'm back. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. How do you not remember beef stroganoff, you fucking idiot? I swear, Mianosuke. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. Tokurino, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed the emotes. This caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Same difference. All right, let's get in there. It's open! Oh! It's open, it's open, it's open! Go, 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 go! Stupid text! Oh, there's clothes in the wardrobe too! They're trying to cover up the wardrobe. Now that I've gotten it figured out. So Sada-san, oh, where's she gone? Oh, hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. That's not a moment, there's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Go, 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 go to the case. Oh god, I didn't click on the case. Miss Pavlova, case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. A friend that she had to keep a secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe whenever I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Oh my god, she's making fun of me. Girl! Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we would find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Oh boy. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Don't take it out of context, chat. I know you did. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night. She hadn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a look and see what's been thrown away? Naruto-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. Just looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Indeed it is. All the books have toppled over together, look. Every single one. Do you think that's a god of this sea, perhaps? It's toppled, though, too. Exactly the same as the book's case next door, in Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night that she ran away from her ballet company? All right, then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Bitch. I'll set them all straight again in here, too. No! Susanna, what the fuck are you doing? This is somebody else's room. If she left the room with the books out of order and then we reorganize the books, she's gonna know that somebody was in her room. Do you have a fucking brain cell? Great. Now they know that we were in here. Thank you. Very cool. I love getting my cover blown. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Why do you care? Let me see. Yes. Let's see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Maybe you shouldn't be touching somebody else's room when we're trying to be sneaky? Have you ever thought of that, bitch? No? They're displayed in the cabin. This is for rules of passage. Whatever. I'm trying to read everything in case. There's one of those, these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. It's a bell cord. You are such an idiot. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't even know what to say. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. It's not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it would slide across of its own accord, would it? No, the door is made out of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Yeah. I didn't say it. He did. He said it, not me. I think we should look behind the wardrobe, chat, don't you say? Let's pull the wardrobe out from the wall. I think we should see what lies behind the wardrobe, if you ask me. Yeah, Narnia? Probably. Probably. That definitely looks like a shoe scuff. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Kazuma! He was my boyfriend. Oh my fucking God. It's Mr. Sholmes, look! Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do ya? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Oh, maybe. There were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. I solved it all and stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ugh. What is it? You wanna Oh my God, I think I forgot my accent for the second there. What is it? You wanna fight, hmm? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing? I was just about to reach the climactic finish! Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was a good time as any. Jesus, put your arms down! I was nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture now. Could you put those fists away? Oh my God. Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the log ship as penned by the stockily built crewman, who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... Oh God, he's laughing at me. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing, nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Okay. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. True, true. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sherlock... What makes Sholmes brilliant! Great, yeah, okay. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. We're all dying. Why are we all dying? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. How are we all dying? Is it like a gas? But if it was like a gas, Susan... What's her fucking name again? Sus, whatever. She would also be feeling a heavy head as well. So why is like the inspector, me, and... Somebody knows. Somebody knows. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? Susato! Right, I knew that. It's just... I feel the same. Oh, she does! Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. It's all the people that are within this place. Oh, maybe it is a gas. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you two. Ooh. Ooh. But that would also mean that the head should be throbbing of the crewman who's stationed in my room right now. Maybe that's also why the crewman sitting here keeps on leaving. Maybe we should ask the crewman how he's feeling. Okay, we can't. Do you have a headache too? Does your head hurt? I have a theory that there's a gas. And if that theory was correct, then your head should be throbbing as well. You don't have anything. I guess I shouldn't be here. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will throw him in the cold room. Okay. Oh boy. This guy is scary. All the books provided by passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. And you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax while things are untidy. Girl, have you looked at the fucking room? I hate you. You make no sense. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter mile for. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh God, we sinking. I can't stand. Oh no, we're not sinking. They're pulling the anchor to starboard. Oh God, we doing a hard turn. Susato-san, are you all right? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think the ship has come to a full hard stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door quickly. The bolt. Oh, it closed. Oh. Oh. That's what happened. Oh. Slid shut. And the books all toppled over. Shit! You know what that means? That my wardrobe theory is debunked. Fuck! I was convinced that there was a hole in the wall connected by the wardrobes. Fuck! Shit! Now I'm upset. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Why? Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Oh. 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 So in my sleep, there was an emergency that we somehow slept through. Because Ryunosuke is Ryunosuke, I guess. First doesn't even recognize the fucking swan hat and doesn't remember it, and now he just sleeps through a gigantic fucking alarm like that. Okay. Okay, Ryunosuke. Okay. You're special. Alright, this is not gonna go well. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. Then this person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case, how could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man, I know he did it. He is a criminal. It's not enough that he... Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Duh! And he is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are the devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to the police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm all out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Oh! Immediately. Let me take 5 years to figure out what I'm doing. What the fuck? How did you get here? Bro! What? Are you okay? What are you doing? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to prepare to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall to so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Yeah. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from the great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this doorway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is that there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must have been someone who was inside the cabin. It's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh! Locked room! That's the point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You were all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. It gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man! The ventilator? Gah! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as your tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? That's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the murder in the acting of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Is... Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the... Where did that come from? Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake. Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yeah, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe, with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. Stands forward like that. It gives me mom, I pissed the bed. Oh wait, how? How do I... There's not like a quick button. Hopefully that works. I can't find a button to make it easier.
Is he named Stroganoff because he was?
Oh god. James, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. Oh god, the snake is angry. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that old long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? All right, here we go. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on this pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Oh my god, the snake is so mad. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What would this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Ah, yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator, visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, and the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would have be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. I'm pressing X to doubt. How Mr. Asagi died. Moving on. We come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no mistake. This makes no mistake. Oh, she said that. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? And now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound that you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the Speckled Band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Except that it sucked. Death by a venomous snake's bite. But what? No. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Speckled Band. Yeah. No. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing. Your great deduction really lives to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Ah, my dear man. Here's nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. Or me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles don't drink milk. Ah! It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah! Yeah, I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what if the tales are from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. Rude. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use their scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part of this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. Okay, but can you take off my hand? Okay, there's only one way to do this. They need to take off my handcuffs if we're gonna be doing this. So please, if you could. I had a feeling that this was coming. All right, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. Cast your eyes down your wrists. Yes, he did it. Thank you. We needed the handcuffs off for this. Yep, got it. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, intruder's identity. A beloved speckled snake. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavy on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression in this? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. What is this? Oh, a scratch. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Look, that looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes! Ah, yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on this portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent that we see before us. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, or which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what's the true identity of this friend? We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer. What is this? Oh, kitty! Oh, that's so cute. Look at the photograph in this frame. Oh, are you telling me the kitty was a murderer? A cat? That's what this is. Oh my God. It's not a cat, but I'm just saying, like, the cat was in the room. Oh my God, what is this? What is this, a fucking zoo? So this girl comes on the ship overnight and her pets just all go loose. She has a cat, she has a snake. They all just go running rampant in this place. You got a snake in the vent, and then you got a cat that came in through the cabin door before it was bolted shut. And the cat just like scratches Kazuma or something, I don't know. And the bell around its thing, it falls off. And then it runs away, row, row. And then the girl maybe saw the murder, like she witnessed it, but it was an accident. And like, she's so freaked out that her snake and cat were in this room. And I bet that there's more animals involved now. Like, it's not just a snake and a cat. It's a, I don't know. There's a snake, there's a cat, there's probably a pet mouse. There's probably rat. There's a pet rat, and there's also a pet ant involved in the case now. There's way more going on than just this cat and snake. Clearly. Where's the elephant? You shush. And so yeah, she's like trying to run a zoo in this place with all of her fucking animals, only to realize that they all were involved in murder. I'm just gonna keep playing the game. Okay. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look. Oh God. Little kitten. Look at this little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling. What a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san? For the blackest outfit? A black kitten, and from the look of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without doubt, out, your friend is the little kitten that we see before us. Yes. The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell us of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me, this has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does, you have the answer to this quandary, even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you are hiding, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. And yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Hey, what do you got there? Sorry, it's a little hard because the controls are inverted. It is speckled and it is a band, but it seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. That sort of is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and then they pounce to catch it. Ah, that sounds positively adorable. Yes. It's a cat's toy. Okay.
Yes!
Yes! The thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous Speckled Band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which was last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blidsome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Oh god. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing this photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Shit. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. A beloved kitten, the intruder's identity. Topic 2, how Mr. Asagi died. Woo! Juicy! Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Right. What Mr. Holmes says is true. It's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. That Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. The post-mortem report, sir. Is this the one that says where he's not poisoned? No traces of poison, yeah. Yes! You dummy! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. Ah, yes. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove that the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. There's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? No, I'm officially lost. Anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Well, I guess we do have this, the mark on the floor, but that's all we got. So I gotta go with this.
Yes!
An examination of the mark on the floor will prove that the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asagi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered. In that instant, he lost his life. Woo! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? The facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Shulm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would try to prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. All right, looking around. I don't know what the tiara would have to do with it, but sure. Somebody appeared to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. Must have been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Oh God, okay. We can't go up and down. It's just a look. Wait. It cannot be the tiara. Waste paper basket. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? It is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right! You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh God. Oh, okay. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death? Should it be found in the waste piece of paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be the picture with the kitten. Wait, I kind of want to examine it real quick. Is there something on the back? Oh no, they just, okay. The kitten.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar. Got him. The very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up to you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so at a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? The ship. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Oh, okay. That too. Okay. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. You mean to tell me that my best friend, my partner, my boyfriend died from tripping over a fucking cat? This majestic man who wields a katana and has a headband of magical properties? It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, and trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. The cat vented. Cat sus. Cat vented. Can't trust cats. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asagi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Donka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Oh god, the kitten's out for more blood. The kitten's gonna go murder somebody else. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. He just called himself insufferable. Yes. He knows. That's good, I guess. Self-awareness is a good thing. He just doesn't give a fuck. Oh, I almost respect that. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to me had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is... Pirosco. What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. How did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friends? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Ryanosuke, sometimes humans just suck so bad that you just want pets. I understand, alright? You know, pets greater than humans, it's fine. A gargantum venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Prosco does not have venom. He is harmless. Very long, but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless? He is adorable like Granny. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, milk the chicken. They milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stores. Prosco eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah, oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in your eyes right now. Oh god, where's Sholmes' eyeballs? It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Prosco has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. But yeah, we all have like throbbing headaches. That's a problem, right? What about that? Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Mikitoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. Oh, but was it an accident? I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruto? We are in danger on this ship, and they did say that he is likely to try to be assassinated. To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outlanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction! I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again! Oh god. I press buttons. Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Whatever that may be. The key to this is in the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Thank you, Mr. Naruto. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What should we ponder first? Oh, I got a number of things to ponder, man. Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside, was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it a fact that no accident or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Like, okay, my hunch is to say the Russian. Like, the Russian writing. They framed me. She literally wrote Russian on the fucking floor and staged it like he wrote it. That's what I want to say. Is that not conclusive enough? Like, he doesn't fucking know Russian. He can't write that. I'm saying it, dude. I'm saying it. Like, I keep thinking that this whole fucking game. It had to be the girl writing it. Right?
Yes!
I'm doing it. Oh, wait, I did it at the wrong time. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I have to do it at the right time. I think I fucked up. The truth is clearly recorded. Oh, God. There's no way that Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. Maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. He died instantly. How can he write it? What exactly I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Thank you, game. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. Susada-san had noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words... I'm tempted to say this, but I just don't want to make a mistake. Let me look at the history real quick. Oh no, it has to be something that we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin, so it can't be the log, even though the log would make sense. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if Miss Pavlova's told us was true. Oh, wait. Oh, the picture of the cat, the bell. Because how did she have one half of it? She threw away the other half. So that means a person had to be present physically. Yeah. Wouldn't both halves of the bell be here? No? It wouldn't be like half stuck on the cat. That might be stretching, but trying it.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor, but that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. What's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. If that's really what happened, how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Thank you. More like a fatal clock. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Remember that what we found the other half of the glass in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. When Mr. Asagi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. There was someone else present in Mr. Asagi. You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin when the young student died was you. Okay, but the ship did a tilt. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Wait, important crystal lore? Wait, with what? Oh my god. Get out of here. Ryder, are you trolling? Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me from the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asagi died. Really died, I should say. But also, why not take the other half of the bell, you dumb idiot? Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces? Oh, Hosonaga repeated exactly what I just said. Right. Leaving half behind was only going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Oh, that's smart. Fuck, Sherlock Holmes just got me. I'm supposed to be smarter than this man. Shit. One single small lump suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. I just got fucking outsmarted. Jesus. Fuck. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is a woman of the sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. I wonder, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in the cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. You give your tooth? Ship's angel, shh. What? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, this is almost interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Captain Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. So he was trying, oh my god, this guy's a simp. That's what's happening. He's watching, he has a log of everything that goes on. He's literally sitting on his ass next to the crew door, simping for this fucking girl. And what does he do? He literally rings the alarm bell as soon as she walks out the door so that they pull the anchor starboard and do the same thing where they tilt the, oh my god, he's a simp! This bitch be simping! Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Nit! It's impossible! He's simping! People often tie threads around door latches so that they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? Those bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... Susaru-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could not have been bolted inside, shut from the outside. Not necessarily. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt without, how do you prove it? I know what happened, but how do we prove it? The books, maybe? Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means? Yeah, we'll point out the books. Maybe that's what we point out. We've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Of course. Point out the telling signs. Well, the books, of course. I'm like 5,000 IQ. I'm way ahead of you, bitch. Let's go.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. That's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello! Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change in speed. Or the force of inertia. Inertia is, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Misasagi was killed, yup, the alarm bell was rung by Simp Master Biff Stroganoff. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning, I looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments, it was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything down. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them up all again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asagi's cabin. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made this emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have possibly happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense. Oh, on dark nights where the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? Wait. When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, I did a little earlier today. Oh, he's the one that did the earlier one, but not the murder night one. So in other words, he really did help us solve this case, because that's what allowed us to realize. Fucking hell, I hate this man. He was accidentally smart. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with this ship? I report you to the captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Osagi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots. Burya is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Oh, the log. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Lauren, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. I really appreciate the support. But this didn't report anything. I'm gonna put it out there anyway. Maybe the fact that the diary was unfinished? No, it doesn't show it. Okay. I'm just gonna put it out there. Yes. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. And the ship's log here, that would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That is mine! And you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there? Haley, thank you so much for the 10-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm cool. You're cool too. But as responsible passengers, we took it in our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. That is duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget. To fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. No, that's a good point. Jones, nothing? What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. I have had a headache. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yeah, in fact, I had all of it. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Aw, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? Someone stop this man. Someone stop this man! I'm uncomfortable all of a sudden that he's smart, all of a sudden. Stop! Someone stop him! The meal prepared from the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea! Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And, were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell you everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. Those crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. I threw away everything. Her fame in ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not make old drug. How do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrades on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. Yup. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of the passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night. I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. Huh, a laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruto? Oh, yeah? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. The proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruto, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Osagi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows somebody else was there last night when Kazuma died. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. That's an earring. The crescent moon part looks like it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Wow, that was a great description of, oh! What's this? What's this I see? Oh? What be this, huh? What you got there? I'm putting out the chunky arms chat, gosh. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. He certainly has sailor arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by that man. Naruto-san, are you all right? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry, blame those hairy tree trunks. Oh, look at this. Some kind of stain in an unusual place. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Got him! Yes! Let's go! Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have a quite large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is pretty clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Oh, where's the picture? Oh,
Yes!
It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. All right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Bernya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. Because I am simp for Pavlova. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. I am simp. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asagi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asagi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking, Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark. And he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? No, this was assassination. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. Okay, he just wanted to toot his own horn there. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. They're kind of forgetting about that point. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten in which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. The headband! It's the headband! It's the headband, I'm telling you! Even though he's dead, the headband should be magically waving in the wind. The unnatural part is the headband. It should not be dead on his back. What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? Ah, well, it's the headband. If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck, Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Oh, of course, it's this headband right here.
Yes!
If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist, wait, I pointed on the headband, not the fucking fist. No. I was trying to go to like where the headband was. You saw that, chat. I pushed the headband, not the fist. God damn it! No! The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. The headband! Yet here, we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Did we just like accidentally get that right? Jesus Christ. I hate this. I hate this. The answer was in the headband all along. It was actually the headband. If you click on the headband, it takes you to the fist. I think the game is trying to tell me something, that the headband was clearly important and magical. I'm just sad that my friend's dead. Simply that I took the liberty. I've been investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh! A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. You're right. I never suspected the crewman for a minute. That girl? I knew it was all a ruse. Little scaredy girl. No, bitch, you did it. That's right. I was on to you all along. Tells us nothing. I'm not so sure that crescent moon looks... It looks familiar. Wait, we just looked at it earlier. Are you fucking dumb as shit? We just looked at it like 10 minutes ago. Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. The truth is now tantalizingly close. We got this.
Kazuma is on a farm with Chairman Suran.
Thank you for the 100 bits. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes! Oh, don't mind if I do! Bitch! The camera being inverted really fucks me up. Okay. See, it's just little hair like pink little shadows. There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expected that's what's called an earring, but it's missing jewelry. An earring is it really is tiny.
Yes!
Got him. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asagi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asagi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Okay. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, the headband. The headband's back. I missed the fucking headband. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darko, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikoluna Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope that he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Oh, he was looking at the wardrobe. He wasn't looking at the... Why did I think I could trust him? It felt like forever. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. I had to stop him from telling anyone about it. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, and so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." But... Kazuma... He was just so nice. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just a nice guy. He was my best friend. He was my boyfriend. That's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. No one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. I went into the cabin and I looked around to make sure that was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway and Wardrobe still sleeping. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange paper signs. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote Wardrobe in Russian to that person who found him. It would look like inside Wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the... Here's a case of it's hard to go from British to Russian so suddenly sometimes. It's hard. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. Oh, I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin. I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burra did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. You said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? And also, why the planned eating of sleepy chicken? That also doesn't make sense in this story, if this is the case. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord... May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? This had to have been planned. This is not an accident, no. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Was Mr. Osagi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you that he wouldn't, he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. He was walking over to it. Oh, that story changed. Okay. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruto. The day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. Wait, another deduction? Yeah, there's still shit that doesn't make sense. She's trying to make this seem like an accident as best as she can. But girl, you're a murderer! Just fucking say it! You hated this bitch and you wanted him dead! Like, bruh? What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was, can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin had been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? He kind of looked like he was looking... Wait, can I move? No, I just have this angle. Right and left. We can't look up and down. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Maybe this tragedy would never have happened. His bed. He was looking at his bed. Oh, God. That makes it sound so bad. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Didn't he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either that or talking to Miss Pavlova made him acutely tired. Pillow perfectionist. Thank you for that award. Fuck, I need water. My throat is dying. The bell cord. So Miss Pavlova thought that he was just coldly ignoring her request and going to pull that cord. But the Kazuma I knew would never have done something like that. No, I'm sure of it. So if there's a Japanese law book underneath of his pillow, then that would kind of explain it. Kind of. Not the keep out sign? Okay. And, I'm a little confused because there's very little option, but okay. Kazuma had placed a large book of law underneath his pillow. I believe he was going to consult that book in order to find a way to help you. Although I'm not quite sure how Japanese law would have been relevant, but still. Mr. Naruto. The truth is absolute. You cannot see someone look one way, but follow their gaze another. Sorry, I had a feeling it was wrong. From where I'm standing, it was quite wrong. You appear to be out by a far margin. Actually, no. You were out by a mile! Thank you. Thank you, very cool. Very cool. Thank you, whoever gifted, anonymous gifter for the community. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I knew him well. At the very least, I'm convinced of one thing. Cosmo wouldn't have just called a crewman or the captain in that situation. According to Miss Pavlova, Cosmo's exact words were, I could use another opinion here. Whose opinion was he hoping for? Me. I thought, like, my first instinct is that he was looking at the wardrobe, but okay. The wardrobe. Was he really gonna wake me up?
Take that!
Did I really second guess myself? I literally said that at this when the original scene happened. I was like, oh, he's looking at me. He's gonna wake me up. Fucking hell. I literally said it. My god. Certainly. What the, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. However, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. Where the sleeping boyfriend lies. More importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asagi's exact words last night? I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asagi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asagi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. He was gonna talk to his boyfriend. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. Unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. That was my fucking boyfriend. I hope you'll never forget that. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. What will happen to Miss Pavlova then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? She won't be going back to Russia then? Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, and so now she's in exile for life. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I've wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosma death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? How? Yeah, he has the red streaks on his face from his pet sneak. That's why it was like wrapped around his face earlier to like show that. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. You should get back to your cabin. But my boyfriend's dead. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is before it even began. It's over before it began. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory. What's that? Is it someone weeping? She's holding the sword. Sisato-san? Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe that this happened. Oh, look at her eyes. Oh no, 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 not the glassy eye look. Oh god. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sasato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector. My duty was to see Osagi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and I caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Are you fucking serious? Is this, Mr. Sholmes doing? Of course it is. Of course. I'm like about to fucking cry here and then this bitch shows up. Surprise, Mr. Naruto! What is the meaning of this? Ah, trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Oh my god! You bitch! You really did that! You really went- okay. So, I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Okay. Okay. We do appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. Though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report of everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back. I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asagi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid that the study tour can no longer go ahead. I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasaru-san. Well, looks like we have to become a lawyer. That's the way out of this. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have extremely simple solution, you know. He's gonna mention it. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Well, guess I'm a lawyer now. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh. But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Mr. Sato? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Literally, yes. If you don't do it, this would be a dishonor on Cosma. Cosma said that we would be the greatest lawyer. We have to fulfill Cosma's wishes. I'm a lawyer now. Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. Ah, but as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. It would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I have learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it, and I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Otto? Oh, look at her smile. I think it's a wonderful idea. What does our bespeckled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. It's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Rather, duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination! Speak for yourself! Besides, qualifications are no measure of man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Gaming. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Trying a little too hard if you ask me. That's for another time. Anyway. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to make this, Mr. Naruto? I'm gonna try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. And Mr. Naruto? I'd like you to take charge of this. Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. Gonna fucking cry, bro. So then, Mrs. Otto, seems we'll be working together for some time come yet. It would be an honor, Miss Naruto. Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. That's exactly what I need. Before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Okay, we just started working together. This relationship's moving a little fast. Alright. I should have never doubted you. You were Cosmosmon's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, I was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me being stowed away in the cabin. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have thrown at you, and not just one, but 5 times. The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. I don't even know how. I never thrown anyone in my life. Oh, very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. He's still here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. In a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. I'll be good. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat of an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. Great. I'm glad we got that covered. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Oh, no. Stop. Haruma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Are you okay? Okay. Haruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, in London. And now I'm crying. I'm crying in the club. only episode 2 and my boyfriend, my really hot, attractive boyfriend is dead. He was both strong and incredibly smart. Like, bruh, you got me. I'm gonna... I hate this. I hate this so much. Huh. Alright, chat. I have, let's talk. I have a theory. I know we just finished this, but I have a theory. Okay? No, don't pack it up yet. Oh no, we have things to talk about. Alright? Let's get serious. Let's get serious for a second. So I wasn't sure if all these episodes were all related to each other. Now that I've seen that, like, episode 2 is clearly after episode 1, and so on. I have a theory. You know, throughout all these, trials, throughout all these cases, there's been some weird shit. There's been some things that just don't line up. There's been a person that I can't quite seem to trust. You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Mr. Inspector Hosonaga. A little sus. No, Sholmes is fine. The inspector. He's a little sus. He's a little sus. Just saying. I don't know if I trust him. The first case had holes. The second case also had holes. That all point to him. Alright? I think, yeah. I think he's a suspector. He's sus. I think he is. I don't know what's his deal. But I feel like he's feeding me to the wolves in secret. That's how I feel. I feel like he's feeding me to the wolves. In the first case, it was very strange that he deliberately held evidence and only brought it out whenever I forced it out of him. I literally had to force him to bring out the definitive evidence. Like, he wasn't gonna give it. Like, I feel like this man is secretly really trying to frame me or get rid of me. Like, and then with this case, it's just so weird, man. It's a little weird. In the second case, he's just gone? What were you doing, man? You were supposed to be the bodyguard? Like, why aren't we asking him where he was? He never said where exactly he was at the time. What if he was the person that arranged with Russia to put sleepy shit in the chicken and, made this whole thing happen in the first place? I don't know. I'm just throwing theories out there. They're all stupid. They always are. But I'm just saying that I don't fully trust Inspector Hosonaga. Especially some of his reactions are very interesting. In the last scene here, whenever he, you know, he really didn't want me to be a lawyer, and that to me just like really stuck out. Why is he trying to make me not a lawyer? He doesn't want me to do this. He wants me to go back to Japan. Why? Are you afraid? Are you trying to protect something? Is there something? Are you like a triple agent of some sort? Is that what this is about? Are you a triple agent, Mr. Inspector Hosonaga? I don't know, man. It's just a little sus. His reaction was sweaty. Like, he's really trying to fight against the fact that I should not try to fight to be this lawyer and take over Kazuma's position. He's trying real hard to make me look guilty and to make me, I don't know, he doesn't seem to help. He's like, oh, I'm gonna do everything to help you. But he doesn't every time. It's just something he says, but there's no action behind it. Ever. You notice that? He says it, but he doesn't act on it. Ever. So, I'm sus. I'm sus of Mr. Hosonaga. I think in this grand game, these 5 episodes, whatever, I think that by episode 5, he'll be like, it was me all along. You thought I was inspector for Japan, but no, I'm actually working as an inspector from Great Britain who is stationed as a double agent in Japan to screw up your life. I don't know. But I'm sus of him, all right? Completely sus. That's what I think. I don't trust him. His reactions are sus. His actions, not just his reactions, his actions, his reactions. There's something behind both of these cases that just point to him being some other intention. There's there's a thing, whatever Cosma suspects of this thing that is in Great Britain that we're supposed to solve. I think Hasanaga's involved. All right, I'm done. I'm leaving it there. That's just my thoughts. There are parts of this story that don't add up, and his reactions don't add up. There's weird shit. There's weird shit there. I really hope that they do something with it. If they don't, I'll be very upset that they're trying to throw me off here. Maybe they're trying to throw me off. But yeah, I think that he's the person who's actually orchestrating all of this. I'm maybe. Anyway, I said I was gonna do a long stream today, and I am really sorry that I'm not. My voice is dying way more than I thought it would. These episodes really take a lot out of my voice. So, can you repeat all that? Oh God, no! You have to watch the VOD. I can't repeat all that. All you need to know for your notes is Hosanaga sus. Hosanaga sus. In both cases, he has many actions and many reactions that I could point out that are, sus. They're sus. All right. But I am gonna leave so I can recover my voice. Tomorrow, I'm gonna play Famicom Detective Club. I'm gonna play the next game. We're gonna start that. Q2 on Thursday, and I'll be back with more Ace Attorney Episode 3 on Friday. I'll keep trying to push 12-hour streams if I can do it, but it does depend on my voice. I don't want to completely lose it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to lose it. I wanted to try to do 2 episodes today, but I can't. I can't. It was too much. So, on that note, I am really into this game, if you guys couldn't tell. I'm enjoying it so much, and I hope that you guys are really enjoying watching, because, yeah, I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun, so I want you guys to have a lot of fun, too. These games are really, really great. I've only done 2 episodes, and I'm completely hooked on this fucking game. God, it's so fun. Just the ridiculousness is so great. The ridiculousness of this game is fantastic. I'm just all for it. It got like all this beautiful charm that I just never want to end.